Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1: Ancient Coastal Wizarding Settlements. Long before the Ministry of Magic established its careful regulations, long before the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy drew invisible boundaries between magical and muggle worlds, the earliest wizarding communities found their homes where the land met the endless expanse of the sea. These ancient coastal settlements, built upon cliffs that overlooked churning waters and nestled within protective coves where the tide whispered secrets only magical ears could understand, became the foundation of some of the most powerful maritime magic ever practiced. Imagine yourself standing upon the weathered stones of what was once the Lassopolis, a legendary wizarding settlement that existed along the rocky shores of what Muggles now call the Scottish Highlands. The salt-tinged air carries more than just the scent of seaweed and brine. It pulses with residual magic from centuries of spell-casting, potion brewing, and ritual practices that drew their power directly from the rhythmic dance between ocean and shore. Here, where ancient wizards first learned to harness the dual nature of water magic, you can almost hear the echoes of incantations spoken in long-forgotten dialects, their words rising and falling like the very waves that inspired them. The location of these early settlements was never arbitrary. Coastal wizarding communities emerged at sites where natural magical currents flowed strongest, creating what early magical theorists termed tidal convergences. These were points where the Earth's magical field intersected with the mysterious energies that flow through ocean waters, creating pockets of concentrated magical potential that could amplify even the simplest spells. A levitation charm cast at such a location might lift objects 3 times heavier than normal, while a protection ward established during the peak of a spring tide could endure for decades rather than mere months. The architecture of these settlements reflected their intimate relationship with the sea. Unlike the rigid stone towers that would later characterize inland wizarding structures, coastal magical buildings possessed a fluid, organic quality that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the tides. Walls curved like breaking waves, rooflines undulated like rolling swells, and windows were positioned to capture not just natural light, but the subtle luminescence that emanates from magically charged seawater during certain lunar phases. The very foundations of these buildings were anchored, not just in bedrock, but in beds of specially cultivated sea crystals that served as conduits for oceanic magical energy. Picture the daily life in such a community as dawn breaks over the eastern horizon. The settlement awakens not to the crowing of roosters, but to the gentle chiming of tide bells, magical instruments that automatically sound to mark the changing relationship between land and sea. Wizarding families emerge from their homes to begin rituals that have been passed down through countless generations, their morning routines synchronized with the ancient rhythms of the ocean itself. The marketplace of the Lassopolis bustled with activity, unlike anything found in inland wizarding communities. Here, merchants traded not just in the usual array of spell components and magical artifacts, but in treasures that could only be found where magic met the sea. Vendors displayed collections of singing shells, each one enchanted to carry messages across vast oceanic distances when blown with the proper technique. Stalls overflowed with bottles of distilled moonlight captured from the surface of calm seas, a substance that enhanced the potency of healing potions beyond anything that could be achieved with terrestrial ingredients. Perhaps most remarkable were the pearl divers of these ancient settlements, brave souls who ventured into the magical depths where ordinary pearls transformed into something far more precious. These were not merely decorative gems, but repositories of crystallized ocean magic that could power spells for months or even years. The largest of these magical pearls, some no bigger than a child's marble, contained enough concentrated energy to illuminate an entire village or create protective barriers capable of turning aside the fiercest storms. The relationship between these coastal wizards and the sea itself was one of mutual respect and careful reciprocity. They understood that the ocean was not merely a source of magical ingredients to be harvested, but a living entity with its own consciousness and will. Every spell that drew upon oceanic power was balanced with an offering given freely back to the waters. These might be beautiful objects crafted specifically for the sea's appreciation, songs sung in harmonies that resonated with the frequency of distant whale calls, or simply quiet moments of meditation offered in gratitude for the ocean's continued cooperation. The magical practices that emerged from these settlements were fundamentally different from those developed inland, where terrestrial magic often focused on transformation and control. Coastal magic emphasized flow and adaptation. Spells developed by seaside wizards possessed a flexibility that allowed them to strengthen or diminish based on changing circumstances, much like tides that grow stronger during certain lunar phases and gentler during others. This adaptive quality made coastal magic particularly effective for healing, protection, and divination practices that required sensitivity to subtle changes in magical energy. Trade networks established by these ancient coastal communities stretched across entire continents, connected not by land routes that could be blocked by mountains or hostile territories, but by sea lanes that remained open to those who understood the proper navigational magic. Magical ships, their hulls inscribed with protection runes, and their sails woven from enchanted materials that could harness favorable winds even on the calmest days, carried goods, knowledge, and cultural exchange between distant shores. These maritime connections ensured that innovations in coastal magic spread rapidly among far-flung communities, creating a shared body of oceanic magical knowledge that transcended political boundaries. The decline of these ancient settlements came not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the gradual shift in wizarding society toward inland centers of power. As magical governments became more centralized and the regulation of magic more systematic, the free-flowing, tide-based practices of coastal communities came to be seen as unpredictable and difficult to control. Many of the greatest coastal wizarding families relocated to places like London, Edinburgh, and other inland magical centers, bringing their oceanic knowledge with them, but gradually losing the daily connection to the sea that had made their magic so uniquely powerful. Yet traces of these ancient settlements remain for those who know how to look. On certain beaches, during specific tidal conditions and particular phases of the moon, you might glimpse the ghostly outlines of buildings that once housed thriving magical communities. The very sand beneath your feet might sparkle with residual enchantments, and the sound of the waves might carry faint echoes of spells cast centuries ago by wizards who understood the profound magic that lives where the land meets the endless sea. As we begin our exploration of beach magic, we honor the memory of these pioneering coastal wizards whose innovations laid the foundation for all oceanic magical practices that followed. Their understanding that magic flows most freely when it mirrors the natural rhythms of the world around us continues to influence magical theory to this day, reminding us that the most powerful spells are often those that work in harmony with forces far greater than ourselves. In the gentle rhythm of waves against the shore, we hear the heartbeat of a magical tradition that refuses to be forgotten. What wisdom might these ancient coastal settlements still have to teach us about the delicate balance between harnessing magical power and respecting the natural forces that make such power possible? Chapter 2. The Magic of Tidal Forces. In the depths of the ocean's embrace, where moonlight dances across waters that have witnessed the rise and fall of magical civilizations, lies one of nature's most profound expressions of cyclical power. Tonight, we delve into the ancient art of tidal magic, where wizards learn to synchronize their spellcasting with the eternal rhythm of waters that rise and retreat in harmony with celestial forces beyond the reach of ordinary magic. The discovery of tidal magic's potential came not through academic study, but through the patient observation of generations of coastal wizards who noticed that their spells varied in strength and duration depending on the ocean's mood. A simple water conjuring charm cast during the peak of high tide might produce a spring that flowed for days, while the same spell attempted during low tide barely managed a trickle. This observation led to the development of an entirely new branch of magical theory, one that recognized the ocean's tides as a vast planet-spanning magical apparatus that could amplify or diminish spellwork depending on how skillfully a wizard learned to work within its natural rhythms. Picture yourself standing knee-deep in the warm, phosphorescent waters of a tidal pool as the moon reaches its zenith overhead. The water around your legs glows with a soft, blue-green light that pulses in time with your heartbeat, responding to the magical energy that flows more freely during these peak tidal moments. This is no mere trick of bioluminescent plankton, though such creatures often serve as natural indicators of magical tidal activity. The glow emanates from the water itself, charged with oceanic magical energy that reaches its maximum concentration when the gravitational pull of moon and sun work in perfect harmony to lift the seas. Ancient tidal mages developed sophisticated methods for predicting and utilizing these magical peaks. They created tide tables that recorded not just the physical rise and fall of waters, but the corresponding ebb and flow of magical potential that accompanied each tidal cycle. These documents, inscribed on specially treated kelp parchment that remained flexible even when dry, became some of the most valuable magical texts in coastal wizarding libraries. A master tidal mage could consult these charts and determine the optimal moment for any given spell, knowing that a healing potion brewed during the incoming tide would possess twice the restorative power of one prepared during slack water. The most powerful tidal magic occurred during the spring tides, those exceptional periods when the moon and sun aligned to create the highest highs and lowest lows. During these times, experienced practitioners could perform feats that bordered on the miraculous. Transfiguration spells gained such potency that skilled wizards could reshape entire coastlines, creating new harbors or closing dangerous channels with carefully choreographed magic that worked in partnership with the enhanced tidal forces. Protection charms established during spring tide peaks created barriers so robust they could shield entire communities from both magical and natural disasters for years to come. The preparation required for major tidal magic was as elaborate as it was essential. Practitioners would begin their rituals hours before the optimal tidal moment, gradually attuning their personal magical energy to the rhythm of the approaching waters. This process, known as tide turning, involved a series of increasingly complex spells that helped align the wizard's magical core with the oceanic forces they sought to harness. The sensation was described by ancient texts as feeling one's magic expand and contract like breathing lungs, each magical exhale perfectly synchronized with the retreat of the waters, each inhale drawing power from the ocean's return. Specialized tools emerged to aid in tidal magic, crafted from materials that naturally resonated with oceanic magical frequencies. Wands carved from driftwood that had spent decades tumbling in magical currents possessed an almost sentient ability to sense optimal casting moments, growing warm in their wielder's hand as the tide reached its peak. Cauldrons forged from metal recovered from shipwrecks in magically active waters could brew potions that maintained their connection to tidal forces, even after the ingredients were harvested, creating elixirs that waxed and waned in potency following the lunar cycle long after their creation. The brewing of tidal potions represented perhaps the most sophisticated application of oceanic magical timing. Master potioneers would begin their work with the new moon, adding ingredients in careful sequence as the lunar cycle progressed and the tides grew stronger. Kelp gathered during the first quarter moon would be combined with sea salt crystallized during the full moon, creating base mixtures that contained within themselves the entire spectrum of tidal magical energy. The final addition of these potions often required waiting for the exact moment of peak tide, when a single drop of properly prepared essence could transform an ordinary healing draught into something approaching liquid starlight in its restorative power. Navigation spells cast with tidal enhancement could guide ships across vast oceanic distances with unprecedented accuracy. Magical compasses attuned to tidal forces would point not just toward magnetic north, but toward destinations that lay beyond the horizon, their needles drawing power from the same oceanic currents that moved the tides themselves. Sailors who understood these principles could cross entire oceans without fear of becoming lost, their course corrections guided by the eternal conversation between moon, sea, and the magical energies that flowed between them. The most ambitious tidal magic projects required the cooperation of multiple wizards working in perfect synchronization. Great works of coastal engineering, such as the legendary rainbow bridges that once connected distant magical islands, could only be accomplished when teams of tidal mages combined their efforts during the rare astronomical events that produced the strongest possible tidal forces. These collaborations demanded years of preparation, as participating wizards learned to harmonize not just their spellcasting techniques, but their very breathing and heartbeats, creating human orchestras that could channel oceanic power on a scale that dwarfed any individual magical achievement. Weather magic, too, gained tremendous potency when combined with tidal forces. Storm-calling spells that might ordinarily produce brief summer showers, when cast during peak tide conditions, summon tempests capable of reshaping entire coastlines. Conversely, protective weather magic could create pockets of perfect calm even in the midst of hurricanes, establishing safe harbors that remained tranquil while chaos raged just beyond their tidal-enhanced boundaries. The study of tidal magic also revealed fascinating connections between oceanic cycles and other forms of magical energy. Lunar magic, long recognized as one of the most reliable sources of enhanced spellcasting power, was found to work synergistically with tidal forces, creating periods of double enhancement when both celestial and oceanic energies reached their peaks simultaneously. Divination practices conducted during these rare alignments could peer further into the future than any terrestrial fortune-telling method, drawing upon the ocean's ancient memory to reveal patterns and possibilities that lay far beyond the reach of ordinary prophecy. Perhaps most remarkably, tidal magic demonstrated that the ocean possessed what could only be described as a form of consciousness, a vast intelligence that could choose to cooperate with or resist magical practitioners based on their intentions and methods. Wizards who approached tidal magic with respect and humility found their spells enhanced beyond all expectations, while those who sought to dominate or exploit oceanic forces discovered their magic turned against them with devastating consequences. This led to the development of elaborate courtesy protocols for tidal magic, ritual phrases and ceremonial offerings that acknowledged the ocean as a partner rather than a tool in magical endeavors. The decline of widespread tidal magic practice came with the increasing urbanization of wizarding society and the move away from coastal communities. As magical education became standardized in institutions located far from the sea, knowledge of oceanic magical principles gradually faded from common practice. Modern wizards might learn about tidal forces in theoretical terms, but few had the opportunity to experience the profound connection between their magic and the eternal rhythm of the waters that cover most of our world. Yet, for those who seek it, the knowledge remains available in the patient instruction of the tides themselves. Every beach visit during shifting waters offers a lesson in the fundamental principles of cyclical magic. Every moonlit walk along the shore provides an opportunity to feel the pulse of forces that dwarf human understanding, while remaining surprisingly willing to share their power with those who approach them properly. As the gentle sound of waves marks time like a vast oceanic metronome, we're reminded that some forms of magic are too grand and too ancient to be confined within the walls of any institution. What might we accomplish if we learned once again to synchronize our intentions with the cosmic forces that have been orchestrating the dance between land and sea since the world was young? Chapter 3: Shoreline Protection Charms. Where the restless ocean meets the steadfast land, Ancient wizards discovered that protection magic took on qualities found nowhere else in the magical world. Tonight, we explore the intricate art of shoreline protection charms, those remarkable defensive spells that drew their strength from the eternal tension between two opposing forces, creating barriers that could withstand both the fury of magical storms and the patient persistence of time itself. The development of shoreline protection magic arose from necessity as much as innovation. Coastal wizarding communities faced unique challenges that inland settlements never encountered. Magical storms that could reshape entire coastlines overnight, sea creatures whose very presence could disrupt terrestrial magic, and the constant threat of erosion that could undermine even the most carefully constructed magical foundations. Traditional protection charms, designed for stable terrestrial environments, proved inadequate against threats that approached from the ever-changing boundary between elements. Imagine yourself observing as a master protection charm specialist begins the delicate process of establishing a comprehensive shoreline defense system. She stands at the high tide line during the pre-dawn hours, her feet planted firmly in sand that still holds the warmth of yesterday's sun, her weathered hands tracing intricate patterns in the air as she speaks incantations in the ancient tongue of oceanic magic. The words seem to hang in the salt-tinged air for a moment, before being absorbed by the sand itself, each syllable becoming part of a growing network of magical energy that will soon encompass the entire coastal settlement. The foundation of all shoreline protection charms lay in understanding the dual nature of the coastal environment. Unlike inland magic that worked with relatively stable earth and air elements, seaside protection required constant adaptation to conditions that changed with every tide, every shift in wind direction, every phase of the moon. The most effective coastal defenses were not rigid barriers but flexible membranes that could strengthen against major threats while remaining permeable to the natural flow of magical energies that kept coastal ecosystems healthy and vibrant. The basic ward of tidal harmony represented the cornerstone of shoreline protection magic. This elegant spell created an invisible barrier that extended from the lowest low tide mark to the highest point that storm surges might reach, establishing a protective envelope that moved with the changing water levels. What made this ward particularly ingenious was its ability to distinguish between natural oceanic forces and hostile magical intrusions. Ordinary tides, even during severe storms, could pass through the barrier without resistance, while magic-enhanced tsunamis or sea creature attacks would encounter a wall of crystallized oceanic energy that grew stronger the more force was applied against it. The construction of such a ward required intimate knowledge of local tidal patterns, geological formations, and the subtle magical currents that flowed beneath the waves. Preparation began months before the actual spellcasting, as ward specialists studied the unique characteristics of the coastline they sought to protect. They would map underwater magical springs, catalog the seasonal migration patterns of magical sea life, and document the precise times when natural magical energies reached their peak concentrations at various points along the shore. The materials required for shoreline protection charms reflected the marine environment from which they drew their power. Instead of the crystals and metals favored by terrestrial ward builders, coastal protection specialists worked with substances that had been transformed by prolonged exposure to oceanic magical fields. Driftwood that had spent decades tumbling in magically active currents possessed natural resistance to hostile magic, while shells from certain deep-water mollusks could amplify protective energy when properly prepared and positioned at key points along the defensive perimeter. Perhaps the most crucial component was sea glass, those smooth fragments of crystal that had been tumbled by waves until their sharp edges became gentle curves that could channel magical energy without creating dangerous resonances. Master artisans could shape sea glass into complex geometric forms that served as focusing elements for protection charms, each piece cut and polished to precise specifications that would optimize the flow of defensive magic through the barrier network. The spiral shell defense represented one of the most sophisticated applications of shoreline protection magic. Inspired by the natural geometry of nautilus shells, This charm created a series of interlocking protective barriers that spiraled outward from the protected area, like the chambers of a vast shell. Hostile forces that managed to penetrate the outer defenses would find themselves trapped in increasingly narrow magical corridors that channeled their energy away from vulnerable targets and eventually expelled them back into the open ocean. The installation of such a defense system required the cooperation of multiple specialists working in carefully choreographed sequence. Marine diviners would identify the optimal placement points for each spiral segment, while tidal chronologists calculated the precise timing for each phase of the installation process. The actual spellcasting had to be completed during a series of rising tides, with each spiral segment activated as the waters reached the appropriate level, ensuring that the defensive network would remain synchronized with the ocean's natural rhythms. Seasonal protection charms addressed the reality that coastal threats vary dramatically throughout the year. Summer defenses focused on protecting against the magical storms that formed over warm ocean waters, creating barriers that could disperse accumulated magical energy before it could manifest as destructive weather patterns. Winter protections dealt with different challenges: ice magic that could extend magical permafrost far inland, and the deep-water creatures that migrated to shallower regions during colder months, bringing with them magical influences that could disrupt terrestrial spellwork. The Lighthouse Beacon Charm provided area-wide protection through a different approach entirely. Rather than creating barriers to exclude hostile forces, this spell established a continuous magical broadcast that warned away dangerous creatures and neutralized malevolent magic before it could approach close enough to cause harm. The charm required a tall structure that could project its influence across many miles of coastline, typically a lighthouse or magical tower built on elevated ground overlooking the protected area. These beacon charms produced visible effects that often amazed observers who were not familiar with their protective function. During periods of high magical activity, the lighthouse would emit spirals of colored light that danced across the night sky, creating aurora-like displays that served as both protection and beautiful spectacle. The colors indicated different types of magical activity. Blue spirals warned of approaching magical storms. Green indicated the presence of beneficial sea spirits, while red patterns alerted residents to potential threats from hostile magical creatures. Personal protection charms for individuals who spent significant time near the ocean required entirely different approaches than their terrestrial counterparts. The Cloak of Foam spell created an invisible barrier around the wearer that moved and flowed like sea foam, providing protection against both physical and magical attacks, while allowing complete freedom of movement through water. Warriors and aurors who patrolled coastal regions often favored this spell because it enhanced rather than hindered their swimming abilities, turning them into formidable combatants both above and below the waves. The complexity of maintaining shoreline protection systems led to the development of specialized maintenance rituals that had no equivalent in inland magical communities. Monthly tide-walking ceremonies required protection specialists to traverse the entire length of their defensive perimeter during specific tidal conditions, renewing worn sections of the barrier network and adjusting the spell parameters to account for seasonal changes in oceanic magical activity. These maintenance walks became community events that strengthened the bond between coastal wizards and the protective magic that kept them safe. Families would follow the specialists along the beach, carrying lanterns that had been enchanted to reveal the normally invisible protection charms as glowing threads of silver and blue light stretching across the sand and extending far out into the waves. Children learned to recognize the subtle signs that indicated healthy defensive magic, the way certain shells hummed when touched, the spiral patterns that appeared in sea foam when waves encountered barrier energy, and the gentle phosphorescence that outlined the high tide line during moonlit nights. The decline of traditional shoreline protection magic came with the standardization of defensive spells that favored approaches suitable for inland use. Modern magical communities often relied on generic protective wards that, while effective against common threats, lacked the nuanced understanding of coastal magical dynamics that made traditional shoreline charms so remarkably effective in marine environments. Yet the principles underlying these ancient protection systems remain as valid today as they were centuries ago. Every incoming tide carries with it the potential for both blessing and threat. Every storm that approaches from the horizon brings forces that demand respect, rather than mere resistance. The most enduring coastal protections were those that worked in harmony with oceanic forces rather than attempting to dominate them. As the rhythmic sound of waves against the shore continues its eternal percussion, we're reminded that the most effective protection often comes from understanding and cooperation rather than brute force. What barriers might we need to examine in our own lives, and how might we learn to make them more like the ocean itself? Powerful yet yielding, protective yet permeable to the beneficial forces that seek to reach us. Chapter 4. Sea Glass and Magical Artifacts. Scattered along the shoreline, like emerald tears of ancient mermaids, sea glass holds secrets that few modern wizards truly comprehend. In the gentle caress of endless waves, ordinary fragments of crystal undergo a transformation so profound that the resulting treasures become some of the most sought-after components in all of oceanic magic. Tonight, we explore the mysterious alchemy by which the sea creates these magical gems, and the remarkable artifacts that skilled artisans have crafted from materials that bridge the realm between the mundane and the magical. The creation of true magical sea glass begins not with the breaking of ordinary vessels, but with the patient work of oceanic forces upon materials that already possess latent magical properties. When a wizard's crystal goblet or alchemical flask finds its way into the sea, whether through shipwreck, ritual offering, or simple accident, it begins a journey of transformation that can last decades or even centuries. The saltwater does not merely smooth sharp edges through mechanical action, it gradually infuses the glass with concentrated oceanic magical energy, creating a substance that resonates with the eternal rhythm of the tides. Picture yourself walking along a moonlit beach where the retreating tide has revealed treasures hidden since the last storm. Your feet sink slightly into sand still warm from the day's sun, as you scan the waterline for the telltale glint of sea glass among the shells and seaweed. When you spot a piece and lift it from its sandy bed, you immediately sense that this is no ordinary beach glass. The fragment pulses gently in your palm, warm despite having spent hours submerged in cool ocean water, and if you hold it up to the moonlight, you can see tiny spirals of luminescence swirling within its translucent depths, like captured galaxies. The color of magical sea glass provides crucial information about its properties and potential applications. Green sea glass, the most common variety, typically originates from healing potions and medicinal elixirs that have been transformed by oceanic forces. These emerald fragments retain strong restorative properties, making them invaluable components for healing artifacts and protective charms. When properly prepared, a single piece of green magical sea glass can power a healing pendant capable of mending minor injuries or providing relief from chronic ailments for months without requiring recharging. Blue sea glass tells stories of divination and communication magic. Born from scrying bowls, message bottles, and communication crystals that have surrendered to the sea's embrace, these azure treasures possess remarkable properties for enhancing magical sight and facilitating long-distance communication. Master artificers prize blue sea glass above almost all other materials for creating far-speaking mirrors and prophetic viewing globes, as the oceanic transformation enhances the glass's natural ability to carry images and messages across vast distances. The rarest and most prized variety is red sea glass, which forms only from items that contained powerful enchantments related to love, passion, or life force magic. These crimson gems are so scarce that finding a single piece is considered an omen of extraordinary good fortune. Red magical sea glass possesses the unique ability to amplify emotional magic and strengthen bonds between individuals, making it the cornerstone material for the most powerful friendship artifacts and romantic talismans ever created. The harvesting of magical sea glass requires knowledge that extends far beyond simple beachcombing. Experienced collectors understand that the most potent pieces appear only during specific tidal conditions and lunar phases. The optimal time for sea glass hunting occurs during the spring tides following a storm, when powerful waves have churned the ocean floor and brought long-buried treasures to the surface. These collectors carry special tools, silver-bladed knives for carefully extracting embedded pieces, silk pouches that preserve the glass's oceanic charge, and enchanted magnifying lenses that reveal the internal magical structures invisible to ordinary sight. The preparation of sea glass for artifact creation is an art that requires patience and intuitive understanding of oceanic magical principles. Raw sea glass, no matter how magically charged, must be cleansed and attuned before it can be safely incorporated into magical devices. This process begins with a ritual bath in water, collected during the full moon from the exact location where the glass was found. The glass must remain submerged for 3 complete tidal cycles, while specialized incantations draw out any conflicting magical energies that might interfere with its intended purpose. Following the cleansing process, skilled artisans begin the delicate work of shaping and setting the sea glass. Unlike terrestrial crystals that can be cut with conventional tools, magical sea glass responds only to implements that have been blessed by oceanic spirits and tempered in tidal pools during specific astronomical conditions. The cutting process itself becomes a form of meditation, as artisans must work in harmony with the glass's internal magical structure rather than imposing arbitrary shapes upon it. The most celebrated sea glass artifacts were those created by the legendary artificer Mariana Tidecaller, whose workshop on the remote Isle of Whispered Waves produced items of such beauty and power that they became treasures sought by wizarding royalty throughout Europe. Her masterpiece, the Crown of 7 Tides, incorporated sea glass in 7 different colors, arranged to channel oceanic magical energy through the wearer's aura, granting enhanced magical abilities and protection from sea-based curses. The crown was said to allow its wearer to breathe underwater indefinitely, and to command the loyalty of any magical sea creature. Navigation instruments crafted from sea glass possessed capabilities that far exceeded anything that could be achieved with conventional magical materials. Compass roses carved from blue sea glass could point not just toward geographic destinations, but toward abstract concepts like safety, wisdom, or one's heart's desire. These mystical compasses proved invaluable to magical explorers and treasure hunters, though they required considerable skill to interpret correctly, as their guidance often led users along indirect paths that ultimately proved more beneficial than direct routes. Communication devices incorporating sea glass enabled forms of magical messaging that rivaled even the most sophisticated owl post networks. The sea glass mirrors of the Mediterranean magical communities allowed instantaneous visual communication between coastal settlements separated by hundreds of miles. These ornate devices, featuring frames carved from driftwood and mirrors polished from large pieces of blue sea glass, maintained their connection through the oceanic magical field that linked all bodies of salt water. Healing artifacts utilizing green sea glass achieved legendary status among magical medical practitioners. The tidal pools of restoration, shallow basins carved from single enormous pieces of green sea glass and filled with specially prepared seawater, could accelerate natural healing processes to an extraordinary degree. Patients who bathed in these pools during incoming tides often experienced complete recovery from injuries that would otherwise require weeks or months of conventional magical treatment. Protective amulets incorporating sea glass offered unique advantages over traditional defensive artifacts. The Ocean's Embrace pendants, crafted from carefully selected pieces of green and blue sea glass, bound in settings of tarnish-resistant coral silver, created protective fields that adapted their strength and configuration based on the type of threat encountered. Against fire-based attacks, the amulets would generate cooling mists, while physical threats would trigger the formation of temporary barriers of crystallized water. The most ambitious sea glass artifacts required collaboration between multiple artisans and years of patient work. The Lighthouse lens of eternal guidance, a massive optical instrument created for the Great Lighthouse of Atlantica, incorporated hundreds of pieces of sea glass in a complex arrangement that could project protective beams visible for dozens of miles across the ocean. Ships equipped with complementary sea glass receivers could navigate safely through the most treacherous waters by following the lighthouse's magical guidance signals. The creation of these magnificent artifacts also led to the development of entirely new magical techniques, oceanic tempering, a process by which completed artifacts were subjected to controlled exposure to various oceanic magical fields, could enhance their properties beyond what was possible through conventional enchantment methods. Items that underwent oceanic tempering often developed what artisans called tidal memory, the ability to store and release magical energy in cycles that matched the rhythm of the tides. Modern wizarding society has largely forgotten the sophisticated techniques required for working with magical sea glass, though a few dedicated practitioners continue to study these ancient arts. The mass production methods favored by contemporary magical industries cannot replicate the patient, individualized approach that oceanic artifact creation requires. Each piece of sea glass possesses unique properties that must be understood and accommodated rather than standardized or modified to fit predetermined specifications. The decline in sea glass artifact creation has also been influenced by changes in maritime magical practices. As magical communities moved inland and fewer wizards maintained regular contact with oceanic magical fields, the demand for sea glass artifacts diminished accordingly. Many of the most remarkable pieces now reside in private collections or museum displays, their magical properties slowly fading without regular exposure to the oceanic energies that originally created them. Yet for those who understand the ancient principles, opportunities remain to rediscover the profound magic that lies hidden in these oceanic gems. Every piece of sea glass that washes ashore carries within it the accumulated wisdom of countless tides, the patient work of oceanic forces that transform sharp fragments into smooth treasures of remarkable beauty and power. As we listen to the eternal conversation between waves and shore, we're reminded that transformation often requires patience and the willingness to surrender control to forces greater than ourselves. What rough edges in our own lives might benefit from the patient smoothing that comes only through time, persistence, and the gentle action of forces that work not through force, but through countless repetitions of gentle, purposeful contact. Chapter 5. Coastal Magical Creatures. Between the realm of earth and sea, where the boundary shifts with every tide, and the very definition of home changes twice each day, dwell creatures so perfectly adapted to their liminal world that they seem to embody the fluid magic of the shoreline itself. Tonight, we venture into the hidden ecosystem of coastal magical beings, those remarkable entities that have evolved to thrive in the ever-changing environment where terrestrial and oceanic magic intermingle in patterns of complexity that rival the most sophisticated human enchantments. The study of coastal magical creatures requires an understanding that these beings exist in a state of constant magical adaptation. Unlike their purely terrestrial or fully aquatic cousins, shoreline dwellers must possess the ability to function in environments where the fundamental nature of their habitat changes dramatically every 6 hours. This unique evolutionary pressure has produced creatures with magical abilities that often surpass those found in more stable environments, as survival itself demands mastery of transformation, adaptation, and the seamless blending of opposing magical forces. Consider the elegant tideshaper rays, those magnificent creatures that glide through both air and water with equal grace. At first glance, they might appear to be ordinary manta rays that have somehow learned to fly, but closer observation reveals the profound magical adaptations that allow them to exist as true amphibian magical beings. Their wing-like fins contain specialized magical cells that can alter their density and buoyancy at will, allowing them to soar through the air during low tide and dive to incredible depths when the waters return. The patterns on their backs shift color and luminosity based on the tidal conditions, creating living maps of oceanic magical currents that experienced coastal wizards have learned to read for navigation and weather prediction. The Tide Shaper Ray's most remarkable ability lies in their capacity to manipulate water itself, giving them their name. Young rays can create small whirlpools and water spouts for hunting and play, while mature adults can influence tidal patterns across significant stretches of coastline. Ancient maritime texts speak of legendary Tide Shaper rays, whose presence could create safe harbors by redirecting dangerous currents, or conversely, could strand enemy ships by temporarily lowering water levels around them. These creatures form deep bonds with coastal magical communities that treat them with proper respect, often serving as guardians and guides for generations of wizarding families. In the twisted roots of mangrove forests where saltwater and freshwater create unique magical convergences, the shell sprites make their homes. These diminutive beings, no larger than a child's thumb, possess the remarkable ability to inhabit and animate empty shells, transforming discarded mollusk homes into sophisticated magical dwellings. Each shell sprite can inhabit dozens of different shells throughout its lifetime, adapting its magical signature to match the protective properties of its chosen home. A sprite inhabiting a conch shell might develop powerful voice magic, while one dwelling in a nautilus shell could master spatial manipulation and dimensional magic. Shell sprites serve as the master gardeners of tidal pool ecosystems, using their intimate understanding of microenvironments to cultivate magical sea anemones, coral formations, and kelp forests that serve as nurseries for countless other magical marine species. Their gardens exist in a state of constant flux, adapting to tidal changes with choreographed precision that puts human magical planning to shame. Observing a shell sprite garden during the transition between high and low tide reveals organizational magic of extraordinary subtlety, as plants and creatures relocate themselves in predetermined patterns that ensure optimal magical energy distribution, regardless of water levels. The relationship between shell sprites and coastal wizards has always been one of mutual benefit and cautious respect. These tiny beings possess knowledge of oceanic magical patterns that exceeds anything found in human texts, but they share their wisdom only with those who demonstrate genuine understanding of coastal magical principles. Wizards who earn the trust of shell sprite communities gain access to information about weather patterns, magical current fluctuations, and the movements of dangerous sea creatures that can prove invaluable for both practical navigation and magical research. Perhaps the most mysterious of all coastal magical creatures are the moonwell selkies, beings whose very existence challenges conventional understanding of the relationship between physical and magical identity. Unlike the selkies of folklore, who transform between seal and human form, moonwell selkies exist simultaneously in multiple states of being, their appearance shifting constantly based on lunar phases, tidal conditions, and the emotional resonance of nearby magical fields. During the new moon, they appear as nearly transparent entities barely visible even to magical sight, while the full moon reveals them in their full glory, as beings of liquid silver and flowing starlight. Moonwell selkies possess the unique ability to serve as conduits between different planes of magical existence, making them invaluable allies for wizards engaged in dimensional research or spirit communication. Their presence creates zones of enhanced magical sensitivity, where divination magic becomes remarkably more accurate and communication with magical entities from other realms becomes possible. Ancient coastal temples often contained moonwells, circular pools designed to attract and honor these beings during their periods of greatest visibility and power. The hunting patterns of moonwell selkies reveal sophisticated understanding of temporal magic that human wizards are only beginning to comprehend. These creatures don't simply hunt for physical sustenance, but feed on temporal distortions and magical paradoxes that occur when tidal forces interact with lunar magic. Their presence helps stabilize the complex magical fields that make coastal environments so rich in magical potential, preventing the accumulation of unstable magical energy that could otherwise create dangerous magical storms or dimensional rifts. In the deeper tidal pools where ancient magic has had centuries to accumulate, the crystal crabs construct their elaborate underwater palaces. These remarkable crustaceans possess the ability to grow and shape crystalline structures that serve both as protective shells and as sophisticated magical apparatus. Each crystal crab's shell is unique, reflecting the individual creature's magical specialization and the specific environmental conditions of its chosen territory. Some crabs develop shells with complex optical properties that can focus and direct magical energy, while others create resonant chambers that amplify spell effects or store magical energy for later use. The crystal crab's architectural achievements rival anything created by human magical engineers. Their colony structures, built in the spaces between high and low tide marks, feature complex tunnel systems that remain functional regardless of water levels, chambers that maintain specific temperature and magical energy levels for different purposes, and defensive mechanisms that can repel intruders while remaining completely hidden from casual observation. The most elaborate crab palaces contain libraries of crystalline information storage devices, where generations of accumulated knowledge about oceanic magical phenomena is preserved in formats that can survive underwater indefinitely. These intelligent creatures have developed a complex trade relationship with coastal magical communities, exchanging information about deep ocean magical conditions for access to rare terrestrial magical materials that enhance their crystal growing abilities. Master artificers particularly value crystal crab cooperation for the creation of underwater magical devices, as the crab's understanding of pressure-resistant magical construction far exceeds anything that land-dwelling wizards have achieved independently. The singing starfish represent another remarkable adaptation to the unique magical environment of the coastal zone. These creatures, larger than their mundane cousins, and possessing a subtle luminescence that becomes pronounced during magical activities, have evolved the ability to detect and respond to magical frequencies through specialized organs that combine auditory perception with magical sensitivity. Their songs serve multiple purposes: navigation through magical current mapping, communication across vast underwater distances, and the coordination of complex group behaviors that can influence local magical field conditions. During certain tidal and lunar conditions, groups of singing starfish create harmonic resonances that can affect magical spell casting across wide areas. Coastal wizards have learned to time important magical workings to coincide with these natural enhancement periods, while also respecting the starfish communities, by ensuring that their magical activities don't interfere with the creature's natural harmonic cycles. The most experienced coastal magical practitioners can actually collaborate with singing starfish groups, creating combined human-starfish magical workings that achieve effects impossible for either species to accomplish independently. The ecology of coastal magical creatures extends far beyond individual species to encompass complex interspecies relationships that create cascading magical effects throughout the shoreline environment. The presence of tideshaper rays influences the distribution of shell sprite gardens, which in turn affects the territorial patterns of crystal crab colonies, while the harmonic activities of singing starfish populations can influence the manifestation cycles of moonwell selkies. Understanding these interconnections requires decades of patient observation and represents one of the most sophisticated branches of magical natural science. The decline of coastal magical creature populations in recent centuries reflects broader changes in the magical environment caused by increased human magical activity and the standardization of magical practices that often conflict with natural magical rhythms. Many traditional coastal magical communities maintained careful balanced relationships with local magical creature populations, but as these communities disbanded or relocated inland, the knowledge necessary for maintaining such relationships was lost. Conservation efforts for coastal magical creatures require approaches that differ significantly from terrestrial magical creature protection programs. These beings depend not just on physical habitat preservation, but on the maintenance of complex magical field conditions that can be disrupted by inappropriate magical activity, even at considerable distances. Successful protection programs must combine physical environmental protection with careful regulation of magical activities in coastal zones, ensuring that human magical practices enhance rather than disrupt the natural magical ecosystems that these remarkable creatures require. Modern researchers studying coastal magical creatures often find themselves rediscovering knowledge that was once common among seaside wizarding communities. Ancient texts describe cooperative relationships and communication methods that seem almost fantastical to contemporary magical naturalists, yet field observations consistently confirm that these historical accounts represent accurate descriptions of capabilities that these creatures still possess, but rarely display in the presence of humans who lack proper understanding of coastal magical etiquette. As the eternal rhythm of waves continues its ancient percussion, we're reminded that intelligence and wisdom take many forms, and that some of the most profound magical knowledge might be possessed by beings whose entire existence is dedicated to understanding and harmonizing with forces far greater than any individual creature could hope to control. What lessons about adaptation and resilience might we learn from creatures who have mastered the art of thriving in environments where change is the only constant, and who have evolved to find strength not in resistance to transformation, but in graceful accommodation to the eternal dance between opposing forces? Chapter 6. Beach Rituals and Ceremonies. In the sacred space where endless waters meet the patient shore, ancient wizarding traditions have created ceremonies of such profound beauty and power that they transform simple gatherings into moments when the very fabric between physical and magical realms grows thin. Tonight we explore the rich tapestry of beach rituals and ceremonies, those time-honored practices that harness the unique magical properties of the shoreline to mark life's most significant transitions and celebrate the eternal mysteries that flow between land and sea. The development of coastal ceremonial magic arose from the recognition that certain types of spells and rituals gained extraordinary potency when performed at the liminal boundary between terrestrial and oceanic magical fields. The constantly shifting nature of this boundary, with its twice-daily transformation between land and water, created opportunities for magical workings that simply could not be replicated in more stable environments. Coastal wizards discovered that the shoreline during specific tidal conditions could serve as a natural amplification chamber for ceremonial magic, enhancing the effects of rituals while creating connections to magical forces that existed far beyond the reach of ordinary spellcasting. Picture yourself standing on a moon-washed beach as preparations begin for the ancient ceremony of tidal blessing, perhaps the most fundamental of all coastal magical rituals. The ceremony can only be performed during the spring tide following the full moon, when oceanic magical forces reach their peak concentration and the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms becomes most permeable. Participants gather in a wide circle at the high tide line, their feet planted in sand that still holds the warmth of the retreating waters, their robes flowing gently in the salt-scented breeze that carries with it the accumulated magic of distant storms and deep ocean currents. The ceremony of tidal blessing serves multiple purposes within coastal magical communities. On its most practical level, it renews and strengthens the protective wards that shield the settlement from oceanic threats, drawing fresh power from the peak tidal forces to recharge defensive magic that may have weakened over the preceding lunar cycle. More significantly, the ceremony creates a renewed covenant between the human community and the conscious forces of the ocean, acknowledging the sea as a partner, rather than simply a source of magical energy to be exploited. The ritual begins before dawn, as participants wade into the shallow waters carrying specially prepared offerings that have been crafted throughout the month leading up to the ceremony. These offerings reflect the unique relationship between each community member and the oceanic forces that shape their lives. Fishermen might offer nets woven from kelp that has been blessed during previous tidal ceremonies, while healers contribute vials of tears shed during moments of profound joy or sorrow, emotions that the ocean is said to treasure above all material gifts. Artisans bring sculptures carved from driftwood that has spent years tumbling in magically active currents, while children contribute drawings made with pigments derived from crushed shells and sea glass. As the first light of dawn begins to paint the eastern horizon, the ceremony's focal ritual commences. Participants link hands to form an unbroken chain that extends from the high tide line into the shallow waters, creating a human bridge between the terrestrial and oceanic magical realms. Eldest member of the community, traditionally someone who has witnessed at least 77 tidal ceremonies, begins the ancient chant of oceanic invocation, speaking words in the old tongue that resonate with frequencies that seem to call forth responses from the depths of the sea itself. The chant builds gradually, each participant adding their voice in harmonies that have been passed down through generations of coastal dwellers. The words themselves are less important than the emotional intention behind them, creating a collective expression of gratitude, respect, and partnership that the oceanic consciousness seems to recognize and appreciate. As the chant reaches its crescendo, synchronized with the moment when the rising sun touches the horizon, the ocean responds with phenomena that never fail to inspire awe, even among those who have witnessed the ceremony countless times. Phosphorescent waves begin to glow with unusual intensity, creating spirals of blue-green light that dance across the water's surface in patterns that mirror the arrangement of participants on the shore. Gentle whirlpools form around the offerings that have been placed in the shallows, not to drag them away, but to bless them with concentrated oceanic magic before releasing them back to their human guardians. The air itself seems to shimmer with salt crystals that carry enhanced magical properties, creating a brief period when even the simplest spells cast by ceremony participants achieve remarkable effects. The wedding of two shores represents another cornerstone of coastal ceremonial tradition, performed when couples from different coastal communities choose to unite their lives. This elaborate ritual acknowledges that such marriages create more than just personal bonds. They forge connections between different oceanic magical territories, potentially altering the flow of magical currents across vast stretches of coastline. The ceremony must be performed simultaneously at both communities' home beaches, with the couples standing in waters that have been magically linked through complex ritual preparations that begin months before the actual wedding. The preparation for a two shores wedding involves the creation of twin ceremonial vessels, identical goblets carved from driftwood that originated from the same tree and blessed with water, collected from both communities during the same tidal cycle. These goblets serve as the focal points for a ritual that creates a permanent magical connection between the two coastal locations, allowing the married couple to draw upon the combined oceanic magical strength of both their ancestral shores throughout their lives together. On the wedding day, as the ceremony begins at both beaches simultaneously, the goblets are filled with seawater that has been enhanced with offerings from both communities. The couples drink from their respective goblets at the precise moment when the sun reaches its zenith, creating a magical synchronization that binds not just the individuals, but their entire extended magical communities. Witnesses often report seeing bridges of light stretching across the horizon between the two ceremony locations, visible manifestations of the magical connections being forged through the ritual. The ceremony of storm calling represents one of the most dramatic and potentially dangerous coastal rituals, performed only by master weather workers who have spent decades learning to communicate with the vast meteorological forces that sweep across oceanic regions. This ceremony is never undertaken lightly, as it involves deliberately invoking powerful weather patterns for purposes that serve the greater good of coastal magical communities. Drought conditions that threaten magical herb gardens, wildfire approaching coastal settlements, or the need to disperse dangerous accumulations of hostile magic, all might justify the risks involved in storm calling. The ritual requires extensive preparation, including the construction of a temporary stone circle at the low tide line, using rocks that have been charged with lightning energy during previous storms. The weather worker must fast for 3 days while maintaining constant contact with oceanic waters, gradually attuning their personal magical field to the vast atmospheric forces they seek to influence. The ceremony itself can only be performed during the brief period when conditions exist for natural storm formation, requiring the practitioner to work in partnership with existing meteorological patterns, rather than attempting to impose artificial weather conditions. As the weather worker begins the storm calling chant, standing waist deep in churning waters, While lightning plays across the horizon, they must maintain perfect balance between invocation and restraint. The goal is not to create the largest possible storm, but to call forth precisely the type and intensity of weather needed to address the specific situation at hand. Too little force, and the ritual fails entirely. Too much, and the resulting storm could cause more damage than the original problem it was meant to solve. Seasonal transition ceremonies mark the changing relationship between terrestrial and oceanic magical forces throughout the year. The ritual of autumn tides, performed during the equinoctial period when day and night achieve perfect balance, helps coastal communities prepare for the increased storm activity and deeper magical currents that characterize the autumn and winter months. Participants create intricate sand mandalas during low tide, incorporating shells, sea glass, and blessed stones in geometric patterns that serve as focuses for protective magic throughout the coming season. The Spring Awakening ceremony celebrates the return of gentler oceanic influences and the renewed growth of magical sea life that provides essential components for coastal magic throughout the warmer months. Young people who have reached magical maturity during the winter months receive their first training in oceanic magic during this ceremony, learning to sense the subtle currents and tidal influences that will guide their magical development throughout their lives. Healing ceremonies performed on beaches draw upon the unique restorative properties of oceanic magical energy, which possesses qualities that complement but differ from terrestrial healing magic. The ritual of cleansing tides helps individuals release emotional trauma and negative magical influences that have accumulated over time, using the ocean's natural ability to dissolve and neutralize harmful energy patterns. Participants wade into the surf carrying symbolic representations of their burdens, allowing the waves to wash away these tokens while carrying the negative influences out to the deep waters where they can be safely dispersed. Memorial ceremonies for departed community members take on special significance in coastal settings, where the eternal nature of oceanic forces provides comfort to those grieving the loss of loved ones. The ceremony of eternal return acknowledges that while individual lives are finite, the magical energy that animates all living beings returns to the same oceanic source from which it originally emerged. Families create memorial sculptures from sand and sea glass that are deliberately designed to be temporary, allowing the tides to gradually reclaim the materials while carrying the essence of the ceremony out into the vast oceanic consciousness. The decline of traditional coastal ceremonial practices accompanied the general movement of wizarding populations away from seaside communities and the standardization of magical education that favored inland magical traditions. Many of the most profound coastal ceremonies required knowledge that could only be gained through lifelong exposure to oceanic magical influences, making it difficult to preserve these traditions once communities dispersed. Modern attempts to revive coastal ceremonial magic often struggle with the loss of the intimate relationship between practitioners and specific coastal locations that gave traditional ceremonies their power. The rituals were never simply generic procedures that could be performed anywhere. Saltwater was present. They required deep familiarity with local tidal patterns, seasonal magical variations, and the unique personality of each particular stretch of coastline. Yet the fundamental principles underlying coastal ceremonial magic remain as valid today as they were centuries ago. The shoreline continues to offer opportunities for magical workings that acknowledge the interconnectedness of all oceanic magical forces, creating moments when individual practitioners can align their intentions with powers that dwarf human understanding, while remaining surprisingly responsive to approaches based on respect, gratitude, and partnership. As the rhythmic sound of waves provides eternal accompaniment to our contemplation, we're reminded that the most meaningful ceremonies are often those that help us recognize our place within larger patterns of existence that extend far beyond individual concerns or ambitions. What ceremonies or rituals in your own life help you connect with forces greater than yourself? And how might you learn to approach these practices with the same combination of reverence and partnership that guided the coastal wizards of old? Chapter 7. Maritime Magical Transportation. where the vast expanse of ocean meets the welcoming embrace of the shore. Ancient wizards discovered that beaches served as far more than simple boundaries between land and sea. These liminal spaces became the departure and arrival points for some of the most sophisticated magical transportation networks ever devised, creating connections between distant shores that transcended the limitations of terrestrial travel. Tonight, we explore the remarkable innovations in maritime magical transportation that transformed humble beaches into gateways connecting wizarding communities across entire continents and beyond. The development of beach-based magical transportation arose from the unique properties of shoreline magical fields, which possessed characteristics that made them ideal anchor points for long-distance magical travel. Unlike inland magical transportation that required careful navigation around geographical obstacles and varying magical field densities, oceanic travel could take advantage of the relatively uniform magical properties of seawater and the natural magical highways created by ocean currents. Beaches provided the essential interface between these oceanic magical networks and the terrestrial magical infrastructure of coastal wizarding communities. Picture yourself standing on a moonlit beach as preparations begin for a tidal gate transportation ritual, one of the most elegant forms of maritime magical travel ever developed. The process requires precise timing, as the magical portal can only be opened during specific tidal conditions, when the boundary between oceanic and terrestrial magical fields becomes temporarily permeable. The departure beach has been carefully prepared with a circle of standing stones that have been charged with oceanic magical energy over many years. Their surfaces carved with intricate runes that help focus and direct the tremendous forces required to create a stable transportation portal. As the designated tidal moment approaches, the transportation specialist begins the complex series of incantations that will open the gate. These are not mere words, but carefully modulated sounds that resonate with the fundamental frequencies of oceanic magical currents, creating harmonics that gradually align the magical fields of the departure and destination beaches. The process requires intimate knowledge of the specific magical characteristics of both locations, as each stretch of coastline possesses its own unique magical signature that must be precisely matched for the portal to function safely. The formation of a tidal gate creates visual effects that inspire awe even among experienced magical travelers. The air above the stone circle begins to shimmer with the same blue-green phosphorescence that characterizes magical seawater, gradually coalescing into a vertical oval of swirling energy that seems to contain depths far greater than its apparent size. Through this portal, travelers can glimpse the destination beach, perhaps thousands of miles away, as clearly as if they were looking through a perfectly transparent window. Stepping through a tidal gate provides an experience unlike any other form of magical transportation, rather than the abrupt displacement of apparition or the controlled flight of enchanted objects. Gate travel involves a brief journey through what experienced travelers describe as the space between tides, a liminal realm where time flows differently and distance becomes meaningless. Travelers report feeling supported by currents of liquid starlight while experiencing visions of distant oceans, legendary sea creatures, and mysterious underwater cities that may exist in parallel magical dimensions. The safety and reliability of tidal gate transportation depended on the maintenance of permanent magical anchors at established departure and arrival points. These anchor systems, typically consisting of carefully arranged stone circles enhanced with metal components forged from shipwreck materials, required regular maintenance by specialists who understood the complex interactions between oceanic magical fields and the artificial magical structures that channeled them. The most reliable gate networks employed teams of anchor keepers who lived permanently at major transportation hubs, dedicating their lives to maintaining the precise magical calibrations that kept the system functioning. The floating pier transportation method represented a more flexible approach to maritime magical travel, though it required considerably more magical energy and skill to execute safely. Rather than relying on permanent anchor points, this technique involved the creation of temporary magical platforms that could appear at any beach with suitable magical characteristics. The platforms themselves were marvels of magical engineering, appearing as translucent walkways of crystallized oceanic energy that extended from the shoreline out over the waves before disappearing into spatial distortions that connected to distant destinations. Creating a floating pier required collaboration between multiple specialists, each responsible for different aspects of the complex magical construction. Spatial engineers established the dimensional framework that would support the walkway, while oceanic harmonizers ensured that the platform's magical resonance remained compatible with local tidal forces. Weather workers monitored atmospheric conditions to prevent magical storms that could destabilize the delicate energy structures, while navigation specialists maintained the precise directional focus that ensured travelers would arrive at their intended destination, rather than being deposited in random oceanic locations. The experience of traveling via floating pier combined the excitement of oceanic adventure with the efficiency of magical transportation. Travelers would walk out over the waves on platforms that felt as solid as stone beneath their feet, while remaining completely transparent, creating the surreal sensation of walking on water while remaining perfectly dry. The journey itself involved gradual acceleration as travelers moved further from the departure point, with the platform eventually achieving speeds that allowed crossing of entire ocean basins in matters of minutes rather than weeks. Perhaps the most ambitious form of beach-based magical transportation was the tide pool network, a sophisticated system that transformed ordinary tidal pools into portals for short to medium-distance travel between coastal locations. This network took advantage of the natural magical properties of tidal pools, which served as concentrated repositories of oceanic magical energy during low tide periods. By enhancing these natural formations with carefully placed magical amplifiers and directional focusers, transportation specialists could create a web of interconnected portals that linked coastal communities across hundreds of miles. The tide pool network required no permanent magical infrastructure beyond the enhancement devices, making it the preferred transportation method for communities that lacked the resources to maintain major gate systems. Travelers simply waded into designated tidal pools during specific tidal windows, spoke the appropriate destination phrases, and found themselves transported through the interconnected oceanic magical field to emerge from corresponding pools at their intended location. The system's elegance lay in its symbiotic relationship with natural oceanic cycles, requiring no artificial magical energy beyond that needed for the initial pool enhancements. Navigation within the tide pool network relied on an understanding of oceanic magical geography that differed significantly from terrestrial navigation principles. Destinations were identified not by physical location, but by magical signature, with each participating tidal pool possessing a unique harmonic frequency that served as its address within the network. Experienced network travelers learned to sense these magical signatures directly, allowing them to navigate to unfamiliar destinations by following the subtle currents of oceanic magical energy that connected all pools within the system. The most exclusive form of maritime magical transportation was reserved for diplomatic and emergency purposes, the messenger wave system. This technique involved the creation of magical tsunamis that could carry urgent communications or small groups of travelers across oceanic distances at speeds that exceeded even the fastest flying magical creatures. The waves themselves were not destructive forces but carefully controlled magical constructs that rode upon existing ocean currents while maintaining protective barriers around their passengers. Creating a messenger wave required the cooperation of master wave workers stationed at strategic coastal locations around the ocean basin. The process began with the generation of a magical pulse at the departure point, a carefully modulated burst of oceanic magical energy that would propagate through the natural wave systems carrying coded information about the wave's destination and cargo. This pulse would be detected and amplified by intermediate stations, each adding their own magical energy to ensure the wave maintained sufficient power to complete its journey. Riding a messenger wave provided an experience that combined the exhilaration of surfing with the otherworldly sensation of traveling within a magical construct. Passengers found themselves enclosed within chambers of crystallized water that moved at incredible speeds while maintaining perfect stability and comfort. The walls of these chambers remained transparent, allowing travelers to observe the ocean depths and surface as they passed, often providing glimpses of deep-sea magical creatures and underwater phenomena that were invisible from conventional vessels. The decline of traditional maritime magical transportation systems accompanied broader changes in wizarding society that favored standardized transportation methods over techniques that required intimate knowledge of local magical conditions. The complex skills needed to operate beach-based transportation networks could only be acquired through years of apprenticeship with master practitioners, making these systems vulnerable to disruption when key specialists relocated or retired without adequately training successors. Modern magical transportation tends to favor methods that can be regulated and standardized by central magical authorities, rather than the locally adapted techniques that made traditional maritime transportation so effective. The Flu network, portkeys, and regulated apparition points offer greater administrative control, but lack the profound connection to natural magical forces that characterized beach-based transportation systems. Contemporary efforts to revive maritime magical transportation face significant challenges beyond the loss of traditional knowledge. The increased density of Muggle maritime activity has created new complications for magical transportation systems that once operated in relative isolation. Additionally, changes in oceanic magical fields caused by climate variations and pollution have altered the fundamental conditions that traditional systems relied upon, requiring adaptations that go beyond simple restoration of historical techniques. Yet the fundamental principles underlying beach-based magical transportation remain sound, and isolated communities of coastal wizards continue to maintain small-scale versions of traditional systems. These modern practitioners often combine ancient techniques with contemporary magical theory, creating hybrid systems that preserve the essential connection to oceanic magical forces while incorporating safety features and reliability improvements that address modern concerns. Research into the theoretical foundations of maritime magical transportation has revealed principles that may have applications far beyond oceanic travel. The concept of using natural magical boundaries as anchor points or artificial transportation networks has influenced the development of new approaches to continental magical transportation, while the harmonic resonance techniques developed for tide pool networks have found applications in magical communication systems and defensive ward networks. As we listen to the eternal rhythm of waves against the shore, we're reminded that the most effective solutions often arise from working in partnership with existing natural systems, rather than attempting to impose artificial alternatives. The beaches that once served as gateways to distant shores continue to hold the potential for magical connections that transcend the limitations of purely terrestrial thinking. What boundaries in your own life might actually serve as doorways to new possibilities, and how might you learn to recognize the hidden pathways that connect seemingly separate destinations through the patient work of forces that operate on scales far grander than individual human ambition? Chapter 8. The Healing Properties of Saltwater Magic. In the gentle embrace of salt-laden waters, where ancient wisdom flows as freely as the tides themselves, healers throughout the ages have discovered remedies of such profound effectiveness that they seem to touch the very essence of life's regenerative powers. Tonight, we delve into the therapeutic mysteries of saltwater magic, exploring how the marriage between oceanic minerals and magical energy creates healing modalities that address not merely the symptoms of ailments, but the fundamental imbalances that allow illness to take root in both body and spirit. The unique healing properties of magically enhanced salt water arise from the complex interaction between oceanic minerals and the concentrated magical energy that accumulates in seawater through centuries of exposure to lunar influences, tidal forces, and the life energy of countless marine magical creatures. Unlike terrestrial healing magic that typically works by imposing specific changes upon the body's natural systems, saltwater magic operates through gentle resonance, encouraging the body's own healing mechanisms to function more effectively, while providing the magical and mineral resources necessary for optimal recovery. Picture yourself entering the healing grotto of Thalassa, a legendary therapeutic facility carved into seaside cliffs, where natural hot springs mixed with incoming tidal waters to create pools of remarkable curative power. The grotto's walls, encrusted with centuries of mineral deposits and magical crystallization, seem to glow with their own soft luminescence as you descend into waters that maintain the perfect temperature regardless of external weather conditions. The sensation of submersion in these healing waters is unlike anything experienced in ordinary bathing. The salt content creates natural buoyancy that relieves pressure on joints and muscles, while the magical enhancement allows the water itself to penetrate cellular structures, carrying healing energy directly to areas of injury or disease. The preparation of therapeutic salt water requires knowledge that extends far beyond simple chemistry into the realm of magical mineralogy and tidal timing. Master healers understand that seawater collected during different tidal phases possesses varying therapeutic properties, with spring tide waters containing maximum mineral concentration and magical potency. The location of collection proves equally important. Waters gathered from areas where deep ocean currents meet shallow coastal zones contain the optimal balance of minerals and magical energy for most healing applications. The enhancement process transforms ordinary seawater into a substance capable of addressing ailments that resist conventional magical healing. Collected water must be exposed to specific lunar phases while being stirred with implements carved from coral or whalebone, materials that possess natural affinity for oceanic magical energy. The stirring process itself becomes a form of meditation, as healers attune their own magical energy to the rhythm of the waters, gradually building resonance between their healing intentions and the oceanic forces they seek to direct. The treatment of chronic pain through saltwater magic achieved legendary status among coastal healing practitioners. Patients suffering from conditions that caused persistent discomfort would undergo graduated immersion therapy, beginning with brief exposure to mildly enhanced salt water and progressing over weeks or months to extended sessions in pools of highly concentrated magical brine. The salt water's magical properties seem to dissolve the energetic blockages that often underlie chronic pain conditions, while the mineral content provided the physical building blocks necessary for tissue repair and regeneration. Arthritis and joint disorders responded particularly well to saltwater treatments that combined magical enhancement with carefully controlled temperature variations. Healers would guide patients through sequences of alternating immersion in warm and cool magical salt pools, creating a therapeutic rhythm that stimulated circulation while reducing inflammation. The magical component of the treatment addressed the underlying energetic imbalances that contributed to joint deterioration, often producing improvements that persisted long after the treatment sessions concluded. Respiratory ailments found relief through inhalation therapies that utilized vaporized magical salt water. Treatment chambers carved into coastal caves provided naturally humid environments where patients could breathe air saturated with microscopic salt particles that had been enhanced with specific healing intentions. The magical properties of the salt allowed it to penetrate deep into lung tissue, clearing accumulated toxins while strengthening the body's natural resistance to respiratory infections and allergic reactions. Skin conditions that resisted conventional magical treatment often yielded to the gentle but persistent action of saltwater magic. The osmotic properties of magical brine drew toxins from cellular structures while delivering healing minerals and magical energy to damaged tissues. Eczema, psoriasis, and various forms of magical dermatitis would gradually fade under treatment regimens that combined direct application of enhanced salt water with dietary incorporation of specially prepared sea salts that supported healing from within the body's own systems. The treatment of emotional and spiritual ailments through saltwater magic recognized the fundamental connection between physical and mental well-being that characterizes truly holistic healing approaches. Patients suffering from depression, anxiety, or trauma-related conditions would undergo purification rituals that involved gradual immersion in pools of salt water, that had been blessed with intentions of emotional cleansing and spiritual renewal. The oceanic connection seemed to provide perspective that helped individuals recognize their problems as part of larger patterns of experience that extended far beyond personal circumstances. Memory enhancement and cognitive healing represented some of the most sophisticated applications of saltwater magic. Elderly patients experiencing memory loss or magical practitioners whose spellcasting abilities had been compromised by injury or illness would participate in treatments that combined saltwater immersion with specific mental exercises designed to rebuild neural pathways and magical sensitivity. The saltwater's enhancement properties seemed to support the formation of new neural connections while protecting existing cognitive functions from further deterioration. Fertility treatments utilizing magical saltwater drew upon the ocean's fundamental association with life-giving properties and the cycles of creation that govern all living systems. Couples struggling with infertility would undergo coordinated treatments that synchronized their therapy sessions with lunar and tidal cycles, taking advantage of natural periods when oceanic magical energy reached peak intensity. The treatments involved not just physical immersion, but also dietary protocols that incorporated sea vegetables and mineral supplements derived from magical seawater. The preparation of specialized saltwater remedies for internal consumption required exceptional skill and knowledge of the precise dosages that would provide therapeutic benefit without causing adverse effects. Healers would create tinctures and elixirs that contained carefully measured amounts of magical saltwater combined with other oceanic ingredients such as sea kelp extracts, pearl powder, and essences derived from beneficial marine magical creatures. These internal remedies addressed systemic imbalances and provided long-term support for the body's healing processes. Wound healing applications of saltwater magic produced results that often amazed even experienced magical healers. Fresh magical saltwater applied to injuries seemed to accelerate the natural healing process while preventing infection and reducing scarring. The treatment required careful attention to timing and concentration, as saltwater that was too highly concentrated could impede healing, while water with insufficient magical enhancement might provide no benefit beyond ordinary saline solutions. The treatment of magical ailments specific to spellcasters required specialized approaches that addressed the unique vulnerabilities of individuals whose bodies regularly channeled significant magical energy. Magical exhaustion, spell backlash injuries, and conditions caused by exposure to hostile magic all responded well to saltwater treatments that helped restore the natural balance between a wizard's personal magical field and the ambient magical energy of their environment. Preventive saltwater treatments became integral parts of coastal wizarding healthcare, with community members participating in regular cleansing and strengthening rituals designed to maintain optimal health rather than simply treating existing ailments. These preventive approaches recognized that maintaining health required ongoing attention to the body's needs for mineral balance, magical field stability, and connection to the larger oceanic forces that influenced all life on the planet. The decline of saltwater healing traditions accompanied the centralization of magical healthcare around inland medical institutions that favored standardized treatments over locally adapted therapeutic approaches. The complex knowledge required for effective saltwater magic could only be acquired through extensive apprenticeships with master healers who understood both the medical and magical aspects of oceanic therapy, making these traditions vulnerable to disruption when coastal communities dispersed. Modern magical medicine has rediscovered some of the principles underlying traditional saltwater healing, though contemporary applications often rely on artificially created substitutes rather than naturally occurring magical seawater. Research into the therapeutic mechanisms of oceanic healing has revealed cellular and energetic processes that validate many traditional practices, while suggesting new applications that combine ancient wisdom with modern magical theory. The environmental challenges facing oceanic healing traditions include pollution of coastal waters that reduces the natural magical potency of seawater, as well as climate changes that affect the tidal and lunar cycles upon which traditional preparation methods depend. Contemporary practitioners seeking to preserve these healing arts must adapt traditional techniques to address these changed conditions while maintaining the essential connection to oceanic magical forces that gives saltwater healing its unique effectiveness. As the rhythmic sound of waves continues its eternal healing song, we're reminded that the most profound remedies often arise from the patient work of natural forces that operate on timescales far greater than human urgency, offering healing that addresses not just immediate symptoms, but the fundamental patterns that determine long-term health and vitality. What aspects of your own well-being might benefit from the patient, persistent approach that characterizes oceanic healing, and how might you learn to trust in remedies that work gradually but deeply, addressing root causes rather than merely managing surface manifestations. Chapter 9. Lighthouse Magic and Navigation. Where treacherous coastlines meet the vast uncertainty of open waters, towering beacons of light have served as more than mere navigational aids, becoming conduits for some of the most sophisticated magical protection and guidance systems ever devised by wizarding civilization. Tonight, we illuminate the remarkable world of lighthouse magic and navigation, exploring how these sentinels of the shore evolved into complex magical apparatus that could guide vessels across impossible distances while providing sanctuary from the countless perils that lurk within oceanic magical fields. The development of lighthouse magic arose from the recognition that conventional navigation spells, while effective for terrestrial travel, proved inadequate for the unique challenges of oceanic magical navigation. The open sea contained currents of magical energy that could disrupt traditional compass magic, while magical storms could create temporal and spatial distortions that rendered ordinary directional spells unreliable or even dangerous. Lighthouse magic provided a solution by creating fixed reference points that remained magically stable regardless of surrounding oceanic conditions, establishing networks of connected beacons that could guide mariners safely across even the most magically turbulent waters. Picture yourself climbing the spiral staircase of the legendary Lighthouse of Eternal Guidance, built upon a rocky promontory where three major oceanic magical currents converge to create a natural focus point for maritime navigation magic. As you ascend the tower's interior, you pass chambers filled with complex magical apparatus, crystalline resonators that amplify the lighthouse's signal across hundreds of miles, tidal chronometers that automatically adjust the beacon's output based on changing oceanic conditions, and libraries containing charts that map not just physical geography, but the invisible highways of magical energy that crisscross the ocean's depths. The lighthouse's lamp chamber represents the culmination of centuries of innovation in magical optics and energy projection. At its heart burns not ordinary flame, but a carefully maintained magical fire that draws its energy from the convergence of oceanic magical currents flowing beneath the lighthouse's foundation. This eternal flame possesses the unique property of maintaining constant brightness regardless of external magical interference, while producing light frequencies that can penetrate magical fog, storms, and even certain forms of dimensional distortion that occasionally affect maritime travel. The lens system that focuses and directs the magical lighthouse beam incorporates principles of magical optics that exceed anything found in terrestrial applications. Master lens crafters would spend years creating the complex arrays of enchanted crystals and specially prepared sea glass that could handle the enormous magical energies generated by the central flame, while maintaining the precise focus required for long-distance navigation. The most sophisticated lighthouse lenses contained hundreds of individual optical elements, each one hand-ground and magically tuned to contribute to the overall beam pattern that could provide navigation information across vast oceanic distances. The operation of a magical lighthouse required constant attention from skilled beacon keepers who understood the complex relationship between oceanic magical conditions and the lighthouse's operational parameters. These dedicated individuals lived permanently within the lighthouse structure, monitoring magical weather patterns, adjusting beam intensity and frequency based on seasonal variations in oceanic magical activity, and maintaining the delicate magical apparatus that kept the beacon functioning reliably. Beacon keepers developed an almost supernatural sensitivity to oceanic magical conditions, often able to predict dangerous weather or magical storms hours before they became visible to conventional observation. The Lighthouse network of the Northern Seas represented perhaps the most ambitious application of coordinated beacon magic ever attempted. This system connected over 200 lighthouses along the coastlines of magical Britain, Scandinavia, and the northern reaches of continental Europe, creating an integrated navigation network that could guide vessels safely between any 2 points within its coverage area. Each lighthouse in the network maintained magical communication with its neighbors, automatically coordinating their signals to provide seamless navigation guidance that adapted in real time to changing oceanic conditions. Navigation using the Lighthouse network required specialized training in the interpretation of complex beacon signals that conveyed far more information than simple directional guidance. Experienced mariners could read the patterns of lighthouse signals to determine not just their position and heading, but also information about weather conditions ahead, the locations of other vessels in the area, and warnings about magical hazards such as dimensional anomalies or hostile sea creature activity. The most skilled navigators could pilot their vessels across the entire network coverage area without ever consulting traditional charts, relying entirely on their ability to interpret the sophisticated language of lighthouse communication. The Beacon of Safe Harbor represented a specialized form of lighthouse magic designed to assist vessels in distress rather than provide routine navigation services. These emergency beacons could detect ships in trouble across vast distances, automatically activating to provide guidance toward the nearest safe harbor, while simultaneously alerting rescue services to the vessel's location and condition. The beacon's magic could even provide temporary protection against magical storms or hostile creatures, creating protective fields around endangered vessels that would persist until rescue arrived or the ship reached safety. Storm-breaking lighthouses employed offensive magical capabilities to protect shipping lanes from dangerous weather systems that threatened maritime traffic. These fortified installations contained apparatus capable of disrupting the magical foundations of storm systems, either deflecting them away from busy shipping routes or reducing their intensity to manageable levels. The operation of storm-breaking magic required careful coordination between multiple lighthouses, as the forces involved were so powerful that improper application could create new weather hazards or destabilize oceanic magical currents across wide areas. The most mysterious lighthouse installations were the deep current beacons, structures built not on coastal land but on artificial islands or magical platforms positioned over oceanic magical phenomena that existed far from any natural shore. These remote installations served as waypoints for transoceanic navigation while conducting research into deep ocean magical phenomena that could only be studied from permanent observation platforms. The isolation of deep current beacon keepers became legendary, with some individuals spending decades alone on their platforms, developing almost mystical understanding of oceanic magical forces. Underwater lighthouse installations pushed the boundaries of magical engineering to their limits, creating navigation beacons that could guide submersible vessels or amphibious magical creatures through the complex three-dimensional maze of underwater magical currents. These submerged installations faced unique challenges, including the need to maintain magical apparatus under enormous water pressure, while providing navigation signals that could penetrate the magical interference created by deep ocean magical fields. The integration of lighthouse networks with other forms of maritime magical infrastructure created comprehensive navigation systems that rivaled anything developed by land-based magical transportation networks. Harbor masters could coordinate the movement of dozens of vessels simultaneously, using lighthouse communication systems to direct traffic through busy ports, while maintaining awareness of approaching weather systems or potential magical hazards. The efficiency of these coordinated systems allowed coastal magical communities to support much larger populations than would have been possible with conventional navigation methods. Lighthouse magic also provided essential support for magical research expeditions that ventured into dangerous or unexplored oceanic regions. Research vessels equipped with portable beacon transponders could maintain communication with lighthouse networks across enormous distances, allowing them to transmit scientific data and call for assistance if they encountered dangerous conditions. Some of the most significant discoveries in oceanic magical research were made possible by the safety net provided by lighthouse communication networks. The decline of traditional lighthouse magic coincided with the development of alternative navigation technologies that required less specialized knowledge to operate effectively. Standardized magical compasses and portable navigation devices offered convenience and reliability that appealed to modern magical transportation administrators, even though they lacked the sophisticated capabilities and robust reliability of traditional lighthouse networks. The complex skills required to operate lighthouse magic could only be acquired through lengthy apprenticeships that became increasingly difficult to maintain as coastal magical communities dispersed. Economic factors also contributed to the abandonment of many lighthouse installations, as the cost of maintaining complex magical apparatus and supporting beacon keeper communities became difficult to justify when alternative navigation methods were available. Many historic lighthouses were decommissioned and left to deteriorate, taking with them centuries of accumulated knowledge about oceanic magical navigation that has proven difficult to replicate using modern magical techniques. Contemporary efforts to preserve lighthouse magic face significant challenges beyond the loss of traditional knowledge. Changes in oceanic magical currents caused by climate variations and increased magical activity have altered the fundamental conditions that traditional lighthouse networks relied upon, requiring adaptations that go far beyond simple restoration of historical apparatus. Additionally, increased density of non-magical maritime traffic has created new complications for magical navigation systems that were designed to operate in much less crowded oceanic environments. Modern magical navigation increasingly relies on artificial systems that lack the deep connection to oceanic magical forces that made traditional lighthouse networks so effective. While contemporary methods offer greater standardization and administrative control, they cannot match the adaptive capabilities and robust reliability that characterized lighthouse magic at its peak. This has led to renewed interest in hybrid approaches that combine traditional lighthouse principles with modern magical theory and safety systems. Research into the theoretical foundations of lighthouse magic has revealed principles that have applications far beyond maritime navigation. The concept of creating fixed magical reference points that remain stable despite surrounding magical turbulence has influenced the development of new approaches to magical communication and transportation, while the signal processing techniques developed for lighthouse networks have found applications in magical security and detection systems. As the steady pulse of distant lighthouse beams continues to sweep across darkened waters, we're reminded that the most reliable guidance often comes from sources that remain constant, despite the storms and changes that surround them, offering navigation not just through physical space, but through the challenges and uncertainties that characterize any meaningful journey. What fixed points of reference guide you through the turbulent periods of your own life? And how might you learn to serve as a lighthouse for others who are navigating their own challenging passages through unfamiliar waters? Chapter 10. Beach Divination Practices, where the endless conversation between waves and shore creates patterns that speak of destinies yet unwritten. Ancient seers discovered that the beach offered divination opportunities of unparalleled clarity and depth. Tonight, we explore the mystical art of beach divination practices, those remarkable methods of fortune-telling that harness the prophetic wisdom contained within the eternal dance of sand, sea, and sky to reveal glimpses of futures hidden from ordinary sight. The unique divination properties of beach environments arise from the constant state of flux that characterizes the shoreline, where every tide brings new configurations of natural elements while carrying away the patterns of the previous cycle. This perpetual transformation creates a natural oracle that refreshes itself twice daily, offering diviners access to prophetic information that remains current and relevant in ways that static divination methods cannot match. The beach serves as a living text written in the universal languages of water, earth, and wind, requiring only the proper knowledge to interpret its ever-changing messages. Picture yourself walking along a moonlit shoreline as an experienced tide reader begins the ancient practice of wave pattern divination. She stands at the edge of the advancing tide, her bare feet planted firmly in sand that shifts and settles with each approaching wave, her weathered hands tracing invisible patterns in the salt-scented air as she attunes her consciousness to the rhythmic pulse of the ocean's prophetic voice. The waves themselves become her oracle, each one carrying information about future events encoded in the subtle variations of their approach, their foam patterns, and the sounds they create as they merge with the waiting shore. Wave pattern divination requires years of training to master, as the interpretive techniques depend on recognizing incredibly subtle variations in oceanic behavior that might escape casual observation. Experienced practitioners learn to distinguish between waves that carry information about immediate future events and those that speak of possibilities lying months or even years ahead. The height, frequency, and approach angle of individual waves provide basic temporal information, while the patterns created by foam and the distribution of shells and seaweed carried by retreating waters offer details about the nature of predicted events. The most sophisticated wave readers could interpret complex patterns involving multiple overlapping wave sets, reading the interference patterns created when waves from different oceanic sources converged at the shoreline. These convergence patterns were believed to represent moments when multiple possible futures intersected, creating opportunities for particularly significant prophetic insights. Diviners who specialized in convergence reading often served as advisors to coastal magical communities during times of important decision-making, helping leaders understand the potential consequences of different courses of action. Sand divination represented another fundamental branch of beach prophetic arts, utilizing the constantly shifting patterns created by wind, water, and the movement of various sea creatures to read information about future events. The basic technique involved creating specially prepared areas of smooth sand that would register even the slightest disturbances, then observing how natural forces modified these prepared surfaces over specific time periods. The resulting patterns were interpreted according to complex symbolic systems that had been developed over centuries of practice. The preparation of divination sand required careful attention to tidal timing and lunar phases, as the prophetic sensitivity of the medium varied significantly based on oceanic magical conditions. Sand collected during the new moon possessed different divinatory properties than material gathered during the full moon, while sand from different sections of the beach provided varying degrees of clarity for different types of prophetic questions. Master sand readers maintained collections of specialized divination sands gathered from significant locations and prepared according to ancient protocols that enhanced their natural prophetic properties. Shell divination utilized the remarkable fact that certain types of shells seemed to migrate naturally toward shores where significant future events would occur, creating accumulations of prophetic shells that experienced diviners could read like pages in a book of destiny. The technique required intimate knowledge of local shell species and their normal distribution patterns, as the appearance of unusual shells or unexpected concentrations of familiar species often indicated approaching changes in the local magical or social environment. The most prized shells for divination purposes were those that had been inhabited by magical sea creatures, as these retained traces of oceanic magical energy that enhanced their prophetic properties. Shells from crystal crabs provided particularly clear insights into future material conditions and financial matters, while shells that had housed singing starfish offered information about relationships and emotional developments. The rarest and most valuable divination shells were those that had been touched by deep ocean magical creatures, whose very presence imbued the shells with prophetic abilities that could reveal information about events occurring far from the coastal location where the reading took place. Tide pool scrying represented one of the most technically demanding forms of beach divination, utilizing the complex ecosystem interactions within tidal pools to create detailed prophetic visions. Skilled scryers would select pools that contained optimal combinations of marine life, mineral deposits, and magical energy concentrations, then use various enhancement techniques to transform these natural aquariums into prophetic viewing surfaces. The movements of creatures within the enhanced pools, combined with the play of light and shadow across the water's surface, created ever-changing patterns that revealed detailed information about future events. The preparation of a tide pool for scrying required delicate balance, as too much magical enhancement could disrupt the natural ecosystem that provided the foundation for the divination process. Experienced scryers worked in partnership with the pool's natural inhabitants, using gentle magical influences to encourage rather than force the prophetic revelations. The technique required patience and sensitivity, as the most significant insights often emerged only after hours of quiet observation and gradual attunement to the pool's natural rhythms. Kelp and seaweed reading provided insights into longer-term future trends by interpreting the patterns created when various marine plants washed ashore during different tidal conditions. The technique recognized that different species of sea vegetation were sensitive to different types of future influences, with some plants responding to approaching weather patterns, while others reacted to social or political changes that might not manifest for months or years. Experienced kelp readers could predict seasonal weather patterns, social upheavals, and even individual life changes by analyzing the species, condition, and arrangement of marine vegetation deposited by the tides. The most sophisticated kelp reading involved the creation of temporary gardens in the intertidal zone, where diviners would arrange freshly gathered seaweed in patterns designed to amplify their natural prophetic properties. These installations were deliberately temporary, designed to exist only during a single tidal cycle, but during their brief existence they could provide remarkably detailed information about future events. The gardens required constant attention during their active period, as the arranger had to continuously adjust the kelp patterns based on changing tidal conditions and the responses of the vegetation to various magical influences. Driftwood divination utilized the remarkable fact that pieces of wood that had spent extended periods tumbling in magically active ocean currents often developed prophetic properties that made them valuable tools for fortune-telling. The interpretation techniques involved reading the patterns of wear, the arrangement of natural holes and cracks, and the way pieces of driftwood settled when cast upon prepared sand surfaces. Different types of wood provided insights into different categories of future events, with oak driftwood offering information about strength and endurance, while cedar pieces revealed details about healing and spiritual development. The collection of prophetic driftwood required knowledge of oceanic currents and the seasonal patterns that determined when different types of enhanced wood would wash ashore at specific locations. Master driftwood readers maintained maps of their local coastlines that indicated the optimal times and locations for finding pieces with particular prophetic specializations. The most valuable driftwood pieces were those that had been shaped by decades of oceanic exposure, while retaining enough of their original magical properties to serve as effective divination tools. Beach stone casting represented a divination method that combined the natural prophetic properties of water-worn stones with traditional casting techniques adapted for coastal environments. The stones used for beach casting were typically gathered from specific locations where oceanic magical forces had concentrated over long periods, creating mineral formations with enhanced sensitivity to future events. The casting technique involved throwing selected stones onto prepared sand surfaces and interpreting the resulting patterns according to complex symbolic systems that related the stone's positions to various categories of future possibilities. The interpretation of beach stone patterns required understanding both the individual prophetic properties of different stone types and the way their interactions created composite meanings that revealed detailed information about complex future situations. Experienced stone casters could provide remarkably specific predictions about everything from weather patterns and harvest conditions to personal relationships and career developments. The technique proved particularly valuable for community planning, as it could reveal information about resource availability and potential challenges that might affect entire coastal settlements. Bird behavior divination recognized that seabirds possessed natural sensitivity to future events that manifested in observable changes in their feeding, nesting, and migration patterns. Coastal diviners learned to interpret these behavioral variations as indicators of approaching changes in weather, magical conditions, and social circumstances. The technique required extensive knowledge of local bird species and their normal behavioral patterns, as well as the ability to distinguish between ordinary seasonal variations and the unusual behaviors that indicated prophetic significance. The most sophisticated bird divination involved the creation of enhanced feeding areas that attracted specific species known for their prophetic sensitivity. Diviners would establish these feeding stations at carefully selected coastal locations where oceanic magical influences were strongest, using specialized foods that enhanced the bird's natural prophetic abilities. The resulting concentration of prophetically active birds created opportunities for detailed fortune-telling that could provide information about events occurring far beyond the immediate coastal region. The decline of traditional beach divination practices accompanied the general movement of magical communities away from coastal locations and the preference for divination methods that could be practiced in controlled indoor environments. The skills required for effective beach divination could only be developed through constant exposure to oceanic magical influences and years of practice interpreting the subtle signs that characterized coastal prophetic phenomena. Modern divination tends to favor standardized techniques that can be taught through formal instruction, rather than the intuitive methods that made beach divination so effective. Crystal balls, tarot cards, and other portable divination tools offer convenience and consistency that appeals to contemporary practitioners, even though they lack the profound connection to natural prophetic forces that characterized traditional coastal fortune-telling. Contemporary interest in beach divination has been limited by environmental changes that have altered the natural conditions these techniques rely upon. Pollution of coastal waters has reduced the prophetic sensitivity of many marine creatures and plants, while increased human activity along shorelines has disrupted the quiet observation periods that effective beach divination requires. Climate changes have also affected the seasonal patterns and tidal rhythms that traditional practitioners used as timing guidelines for their prophetic work. Yet the fundamental principles underlying beach divination remain as valid today as they were centuries ago. The shoreline continues to serve as a meeting place between different realms of existence, creating opportunities for prophetic insight that depend not on artificial tools or complex rituals, but on patient observation of the natural patterns that reveal the hidden connections between present circumstances and future possibilities. As the eternal rhythm of waves continues to write and rewrite its prophetic messages in the sand, we're reminded that the future reveals itself most clearly to those who learn to read the subtle signs that surround us constantly, hidden in plain sight within the ordinary magic of the natural world. What patterns in your own daily experience might contain prophetic information about your future path? And how might you develop the patience and sensitivity needed to recognize the guidance that flows through the seemingly random events and encounters of everyday life? Chapter 11. Seasonal Beach Magic. In the eternal dance between celestial cycles and oceanic rhythms, the magical properties of beaches transform dramatically throughout the year, creating opportunities for spellwork and ritual practices that vary as dramatically as the changing colors of autumn leaves or the lengthening days of spring. Tonight, we explore the intricate world of seasonal beach magic, where coastal wizards learn to synchronize their most important magical workings with the natural cycles that govern both earthly seasons and oceanic tides, creating practices of remarkable power and beauty that honored the deep connections between cosmic forces and shoreline magic. The recognition that beach magic varied seasonally arose from centuries of careful observation by coastal magical communities who noticed that identical spells cast at the same location could produce dramatically different results depending on the time of year. These variations were not random but followed predictable patterns that reflected the complex interactions between solar energy, lunar cycles, oceanic temperatures, and the migration patterns of magical sea creatures. Understanding these seasonal variations became essential knowledge for any wizard who sought to work effectively with coastal magical forces. Picture yourself standing on a windswept beach during the winter solstice, when the year's longest night creates unique conditions for the most profound forms of seasonal beach magic. The shortened daylight hours concentrate solar magical energy into brief but intensely powerful periods, while the cold air creates sharp boundaries between the relatively warm ocean and the frigid atmosphere above. These temperature differentials generate magical field distortions that experienced practitioners can harness for workings that require precise control over elemental forces or the ability to create stark separations between opposing magical influences. Winter beach magic gained its reputation for producing the most dramatic and long-lasting spell effects, as the season's harsh conditions created natural testing environments that ensured only the most robust magical workings could survive. Protection charms established during winter storms could endure for years without requiring renewal, while healing spells cast during the depth of winter possessed remarkable staying power that made them invaluable for treating chronic conditions or injuries that resisted conventional magical treatment. The preparation for winter solstice beach rituals began weeks before the actual ceremony, as practitioners gathered materials that would only be available during the coldest months of the year. Ice formations that had accumulated magical energy through prolonged exposure to winter storms provided focusing elements for spells that required crystalline precision, while snow that had fallen during magical weather conditions could be preserved and used to create purification potions of extraordinary potency. The most prized winter magical materials were fragments of sea ice that had formed in areas where magical marine creatures gathered during their winter migrations. Spring equinox beach magic celebrated the return of growing magical energy after winter's dormant period, creating opportunities for renewal and transformation spells that could reshape both individual circumstances and community conditions. The seasonal transition created periods of magical instability that experienced practitioners could harness for workings that normally required enormous energy expenditures, as the natural flux between winter's constraint and spring's expansion provided additional power for transformation magic. The timing of spring beach rituals required precise coordination with both astronomical events and local oceanic conditions, as the optimal moments for spring magic occurred only when solar and tidal influences achieved perfect balance. Master practitioners would spend the final weeks of winter monitoring subtle changes in tide patterns, water temperature, and the behavior of migrating seabirds to identify the exact moments when spring's magical potential reached its peak concentration. Spring beach magic specialized in fertility enchantments, growth spells, and rituals designed to establish new magical projects or relationships. Young wizards often chose the spring equinox for their first major solo magical workings, taking advantage of the season's supportive energy to launch magical careers or establish permanent connections to oceanic magical forces. Community planning rituals performed during spring helped coastal settlements organize their activities for the coming year, while drawing upon seasonal energy to ensure prosperity and protection. Summer solstice beach magic harnessed the year's maximum solar energy concentration, while taking advantage of warm ocean temperatures that created uniquely favorable conditions for large-scale magical workings. The longest day of the year provided extended periods of peak magical activity, allowing for complex rituals that required many hours of sustained spellcasting. The abundance of summer magical energy made this season ideal for ambitious projects that might prove impossible during other times of the year. The warm summer oceans became sites for elaborate water ceremonies that combined swimming, diving, and underwater spellcasting in rituals that could only be performed when ocean temperatures allowed for extended immersion without magical protection. Summer beach magic often involved entire communities working together in coordinated ceremonies that spanned multiple days, taking advantage of the season's abundant energy and favorable weather conditions to accomplish magical feats that required large-scale cooperation. Summer magical workings focused on communication magic, community bonding rituals, and spells designed to enhance prosperity and abundance. The season's expansive energy proved particularly suitable for establishing trade relationships between distant coastal communities, as communication spells cast during summer could maintain their effectiveness across greater distances and for longer periods than similar magic attempted during other seasons. Autumn equinox beach magic provided opportunities for harvest celebrations and preparation rituals that helped coastal communities gather and preserve the magical resources they would need during the coming winter months. The seasonal transition from summer's abundance to winter's scarcity created natural focusing conditions for conservation magic and preservation spells that could maintain the potency of harvested magical materials for extended periods. The gathering of autumn magical materials became elaborate community celebrations that combined practical resource collection with festive rituals that strengthened social bonds while accomplishing essential preparatory work. Seaweed harvesting ceremonies provided kelp and other marine plants that had accumulated maximum magical potency during the summer growing season, while shell collection festivals gathered the divination materials and spell components that would be needed during winter's indoor magical activities. Autumn beach magic specialized in memory preservation spells, wisdom consolidation rituals, and protective enchantments designed to safeguard communities during the challenges of winter weather and reduced magical activity. Elder wizards often chose autumn for their most important teaching sessions, taking advantage of the season's contemplative energy to pass on complex magical knowledge to younger practitioners. Storm season magic represented a specialized branch of seasonal beach practice that focused on harnessing the enormous energies released by oceanic weather systems. Experienced storm workers learned to time their most ambitious magical projects to coincide with the approach of major storms, using the accumulated atmospheric energy to power spells that would otherwise require massive energy expenditures or group casting efforts. The practice of storm magic demanded exceptional skill and courage, as practitioners had to begin their rituals in advance of storm arrival, while remaining flexible enough to adapt their workings to the unpredictable nature of severe weather. Storm workers developed specialized protective techniques that allowed them to continue casting spells even during dangerous weather conditions, creating opportunities to harness lightning strikes, hurricane-force winds, and torrential rains for magical purposes. Calm season magic provided a counterpoint to the dramatic energies of storm work, utilizing the subtle but persistent forces available during periods of stable weather and gentle oceanic conditions. These peaceful interludes offered opportunities for delicate magical workings that required absolute precision and could not tolerate the energetic fluctuations that characterized more dramatic seasonal conditions. The meditation traditions associated with calm season magic produced some of the most profound insights into oceanic magical theory, as practitioners could achieve deep attunement to subtle energy patterns that remained invisible during more active magical periods. Scholars and researchers often scheduled their most important theoretical work to coincide with calm seasons, taking advantage of the stable conditions to conduct magical experiments that required careful measurement and precise observation. Migration season magic synchronized coastal magical practices with the seasonal movements of magical sea creatures, creating opportunities for collaborative spells that involved partnerships between human wizards and various oceanic magical beings. The arrival of migrating creatures often brought new types of magical energy to coastal regions, creating temporary opportunities for specialized spells that could only be cast when specific creatures were present in local waters. The coordination of migration season rituals required detailed knowledge of creature behavior patterns and the ability to predict arrival times based on oceanic conditions and lunar cycles. Successful migration magic often involved establishing temporary magical installations that could attract and accommodate visiting creatures while providing suitable environments for collaborative magical work. Tidal season variations added another layer of complexity to seasonal beach magic, as the strength and timing of tidal cycles varied throughout the year in patterns that influenced the availability of oceanic magical energy. Spring tides and neap tides created different magical opportunities regardless of the underlying seasonal conditions, requiring practitioners to master complex timing calculations that combined multiple astronomical and oceanic cycles. The most sophisticated seasonal beach magic involved workings that spanned multiple seasons, with different phases of complex spells being performed at optimal times throughout the year. These extended rituals could achieve effects that exceeded anything possible through single-season magic, but they required careful planning and the ability to maintain magical constructs across long periods of changing conditions. The decline of seasonal beach magic traditions reflected broader changes in wizarding society that favored year-round magical practices over techniques that required synchronization with natural cycles. Modern magical education emphasized standardized spells that could be performed reliably, regardless of timing, rather than the more powerful but temporally dependent techniques that characterized traditional seasonal magic. Contemporary magical practitioners often lack the detailed knowledge of astronomical and oceanic cycles that effective seasonal beach magic requires, making it difficult to revive these traditions, even when interest exists. The complex timing calculations and seasonal preparation requirements that made traditional practices so effective also made them vulnerable to disruption when the supporting knowledge base was lost. Climate changes have also affected the predictability of seasonal patterns that traditional beach magic depended upon, creating additional challenges for contemporary practitioners who seek to revive these ancient techniques. Shifting weather patterns and altered oceanic conditions require adaptations to traditional practices that go beyond simple restoration of historical methods. Yet the fundamental cycles that drive seasonal variations in magical energy continue to operate, creating ongoing opportunities for magical work that acknowledges and cooperates with natural rhythms, rather than attempting to override them. Modern practitioners who take the time to learn about seasonal patterns often discover that their magical effectiveness increases dramatically when they synchronize their most important workings with favorable natural conditions. As the turning of seasons continues its eternal cycle, marking the passage of time through changes that affect every aspect of the natural world, we're reminded that the most powerful accomplishments often arise from patient cooperation with forces far greater than individual will or ambition. What seasonal rhythms in your own life offer opportunities for renewal, growth, harvest, and rest? And how might you learn to synchronize your most important endeavors with the natural cycles that could provide additional energy and support for your goals? Chapter 12. The Legacy of Beach Magic. As our journey through the mystical realm of beach magic draws to its gentle close, we find ourselves standing once more at the edge of the eternal conversation between land and sea, enriched by the knowledge of traditions that have shaped magical practice for countless generations. The legacy of beach magic extends far beyond the specific techniques and rituals we have explored, weaving itself into the very fabric of magical understanding and continuing to influence contemporary wizarding practices in ways both obvious and subtly profound. The enduring influence of coastal magical traditions can be traced through virtually every aspect of modern magical practice, from the fundamental principles that govern spell construction to the philosophical approaches that shape how wizards understand their relationship with the natural world. The emphasis on harmony and cooperation that characterized beach magic has influenced healing practices, protection magic, and even the theoretical frameworks used to teach magical theory in contemporary institutions. The recognition that the most powerful magic often emerges from partnership with natural forces rather than domination over them represents perhaps the most significant philosophical contribution of coastal magical traditions. Consider how the patient, cyclical approach that defined tidal magic has influenced modern understanding of magical energy conservation and renewal. Contemporary wizards who practice sustainable magic often unknowingly employ principles first developed by coastal practitioners who learned to work within the natural rhythms of oceanic energy rather than attempting to impose artificial patterns upon magical forces. The concept of magical Sabbaths and renewal periods that characterizes modern magical healthcare owes much to the tidal rest periods that coastal wizards incorporated into their daily magical routines. The diagnostic techniques developed for saltwater healing continue to influence magical medicine through approaches that emphasize gentle, persistent treatment over dramatic intervention. Modern magical healers who specialize in chronic conditions often employ methodologies that mirror the patient, transformative processes that characterized oceanic healing traditions. The recognition that true healing addresses systemic imbalances rather than merely treating symptoms reflects wisdom that was central to coastal healing practices and continues to guide the most effective contemporary magical medical treatments. Protection magic throughout the wizarding world has been profoundly influenced by the adaptive, permeable barriers developed by coastal magical communities. The protean charms that allow defensive magic to modify itself based on the nature of threats encountered represent a direct evolution of the flexible ward systems that coastal practitioners created to deal with the constantly changing conditions of shoreline environments. Modern magical architects regularly incorporate principles derived from coastal protection magic when designing defensive systems for important magical buildings and institutions. The transportation networks that connect contemporary magical communities owe much to the oceanic transportation systems that once linked coastal wizarding settlements across vast distances. The theoretical understanding of magical space and the practical techniques for creating stable transportation connections both draw heavily upon knowledge first developed for maritime magical travel. Even the Flu network, despite its terrestrial applications, employs spatial compression techniques that were originally perfected for tidal gate transportation systems. Educational institutions throughout the magical world have been influenced by the apprenticeship traditions that characterized coastal magical communities, where knowledge was passed down through direct experience and long-term mentoring relationships rather than formal classroom instruction. The most prestigious magical academies continue to incorporate extended practical training periods that mirror the immersive learning experiences that were essential for mastering coastal magical techniques. The recognition that some forms of magical knowledge can only be acquired through direct experience reflects educational philosophy that was central to beach magic traditions. The artistic traditions that emerged from coastal magical communities have had lasting influence on magical culture throughout the wizarding world. Organic architectural styles that characterized seaside magical buildings influenced the design of important magical structures far from any ocean, while the musical traditions that developed around tidal ceremonies contributed to the development of magical music that remains popular in contemporary wizarding society. The integration of natural rhythms and oceanic themes in magical art reflects aesthetic principles that originated in coastal communities but have achieved universal appeal. Modern magical research continues to draw upon methodologies that were pioneered by coastal magical practitioners who learned to study phenomena that existed at the intersection of multiple elemental forces. The interdisciplinary approaches that characterize the most innovative contemporary magical research reflect the holistic understanding that was essential for effective beach magic. Research stations located in extreme environments often employ organizational principles and safety protocols that were originally developed for the isolated lighthouse installations and deep ocean research platforms that supported coastal magical investigations. Conservation magic, one of the fastest growing fields in contemporary magical practice, draws heavily upon the sustainable resource management techniques that coastal communities developed out of necessity. The understanding that all ecosystems require careful balance, and that excessive exploitation can permanently damage magical environments, reflects hard-won wisdom that coastal practitioners acquired through centuries of managing the complex interactions between human magical activity and oceanic magical systems. The diplomatic protocols that govern interactions between different magical communities often incorporate courtesy traditions that originated in the maritime trade networks that connected coastal magical settlements. The emphasis on mutual respect, patient negotiation, and recognition of shared interests that characterizes the most successful international magical cooperation reflects diplomatic wisdom that was essential for maintaining the oceanic transportation and communication networks that sustained coastal magical civilization. Contemporary divination practices, despite their emphasis on standardized techniques and controlled environments, continue to be influenced by the intuitive, nature-based approaches that characterized beach divination traditions. The most gifted modern seers often employ methodologies that emphasize pattern recognition and sensitivity to subtle environmental changes, skills that were fundamental to effective coastal fortune-telling. The recognition that prophetic information often emerges through careful observation of natural phenomena reflects divinatory wisdom that was central to beach magic traditions. Modern magical communities facing environmental challenges increasingly turn to adaptive strategies that mirror the flexible, resilient approaches that coastal magical settlements developed to survive in constantly changing oceanic environments. Communities dealing with climate change, magical field variations, or resource depletion often find the most effective solutions involve techniques that were originally perfected by coastal practitioners who mastered the art of thriving in unstable conditions. The philosophical legacy of beach magic extends beyond practical applications to influence fundamental questions about the nature of magical power and the proper relationship between wizards and the magical forces they seek to harness. The emphasis on partnership and cooperation that characterized coastal magical traditions has contributed to contemporary magical philosophy that questions older approaches based on domination and control. Modern magical ethics often reflect principles that were central to coastal magical practice, particularly the recognition that sustainable magical practice requires respect for the consciousness and autonomy of natural magical forces. Despite the profound influence of coastal magical traditions on contemporary practice, much knowledge has been lost that could greatly benefit modern magical practitioners. The sophisticated understanding of cyclical magical energies that enabled coastal practitioners to achieve remarkable efficiency in their spellwork could address many of the sustainability concerns that plague contemporary magical communities. The adaptive magical techniques that allowed coastal settlements to thrive in harsh environments could provide solutions for magical communities facing increasingly challenging conditions. Efforts to preserve and revive coastal magical traditions face significant obstacles beyond the simple loss of historical knowledge. The environmental conditions that supported traditional beach magic have been altered by climate change, pollution, and increased non-magical maritime activity. The close-knit communities that sustained coastal magical traditions have been dispersed, making it difficult to recreate the social conditions that supported traditional knowledge transmission. Contemporary research into coastal magical traditions requires interdisciplinary approaches that combine historical scholarship with practical magical experimentation and environmental science. The most promising revival efforts involve collaboration between traditional knowledge holders, modern magical researchers, and environmental specialists who can help adapt ancient techniques to contemporary conditions. The study of beach magic traditions has revealed principles that may have applications far beyond coastal environments. The adaptive methodologies, sustainable practices, and cooperative approaches that characterized coastal magic offer valuable insights for addressing challenges that face the entire magical community. Climate change, resource depletion, and social fragmentation require solutions that may be found in the wisdom of practitioners who learned to thrive in environments where change was the only constant. Young magical practitioners increasingly seek alternatives to the standardized, institutionalized approaches that dominate contemporary magical education. Many find inspiration in the organic, experience-based learning methods that characterized coastal magical traditions, seeking ways to incorporate these approaches into modern magical practice. This growing interest suggests that the legacy of beach magic may experience renewal through practitioners who are willing to invest the time and effort required to master techniques that cannot be learned through conventional instruction. The technological applications of principles derived from beach magic continue to expand as magical engineers discover new ways to incorporate oceanic magical theories into contemporary magical devices and systems. Adaptive magical systems, sustainable energy networks, and resilient magical infrastructure increasingly employ design principles that were originally developed for coastal magical applications. As we stand at the shore of understanding, looking back across the vast ocean of knowledge that beach magic traditions represent, we recognize that their greatest legacy may not lie in any specific technique or ritual, but in the fundamental approach to magical practice that they exemplify: the patience to work within natural rhythms, the wisdom to seek partnership rather than domination, and the resilience to adapt to changing conditions represent qualities that remain as valuable today as they were to the coastal wizards of ancient times. The gentle rhythm of waves continues to carry forward the essential teachings of beach magic, reminding us that the most enduring accomplishments often arise not from forcing our will upon the world, but from learning to dance gracefully with forces far greater than ourselves. In every tide that rises and falls, in every grain of sand that shifts with the wind, in every shell that washes ashore carrying tales of distant waters, the legacy of beach magic lives on, waiting to inspire new generations of practitioners who are ready to rediscover the profound wisdom that flows eternal between the patient shore and the boundless sea. What aspects of this ancient wisdom speak most clearly to your own magical journey, and how might you carry forward the legacy of beach magic in ways that honor both tradition and the needs of our contemporary magical world?